Welcome all on this really sweaty Friday the 13th. It's Friday the 13th, right? Yeah, it is. Nice. Welcome all. I hope you all doing good. No, I don't have an AC. I don't have that. Dutch homes don't usually have that, so no. It's sweaty weather out here. Anyways, today I want to do kind of what we tried last week, but better. Last week I tried making some bass and some other kind of stuff, and honestly we got basically carried away doing a lot of stuff that actually ended up not being that useful. So hot as fuck for no AC. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm pretty good with hot weather. It's just that it's sweaty, you know. But I want to make some. Well, I want to just experiment today with some bass design, and I guess we're gonna go back to go back a bit to the fundamentals of Neuro bass, which means probably filtering, distortion, and then we'll see where we go. I was thinking what we could do. I think it would be nice if we just make a sort of like maybe a 16 bar or 32 bar sort of like bass sound that is just a sustained sound but has like a bunch of filtering in it, and then we put that into a sampler or into a simpler, I guess, depending on which one I feel like using, and then we'll go from there and just rinse and repeat until it starts becoming nice, and basically just start adding like, well, just play around and have like some fun. And I guess we'll bring some drums in as soon as we've got the sampler patch set up, and then see if we can do that to like a kick and snare or something, so it at least becomes a little bit something interesting that we can groove to. But yeah, I hope you're all doing good. Let's get started. So let's switch to there. Let's do that. Let's do that. And let's see, let's hope today turns out better than last week. It's only, tomorrow is still gonna be, I believe tomorrow is still gonna be pretty hot, but then after that it's gonna go back to like 24 degrees or something, so, you know, pretty doable. It is supposed to go I was watching the news earlier when I was having dinner, and no, I literally just took it out of the fridge before the stream, so we're good. I was watching the news before the stream when I was having dinner, and it's supposed to go, and we're supposed to get thunderstorms tonight, and it said pretty severe thunderstorms in the western part of the country, which is where I'm at. So I hope it stays away for quite a while, because if it comes here, then I'm gonna have to close the windows, and well, it's gonna be even more boiling hot then. So I have two windows and they're both open pretty wide right now, so I get a bit of a breeze going through, basically better than a fan. Like I got a fan as well, but you know, it only displaces a tiny bit of air. Opening both windows, it's pretty doable right now. I'm in the Netherlands, in the Rotterdam area. Anyways, let's just get started. So I'm just gonna go and make a little bit of a, I guess a bit of a sound that we can then use and mangle up. And we're probably gonna get a really big processing chain. But yeah, that should be fun, I think. So let's just do maybe some saw wave thing. Just a couple of saw waves here. And I will do it in the key of D sharp, because that's what I've been using the last weeks. Let's just do a 16 bar thing. That should give us plenty of stuff to go with. Yeah, I don't know what it is now here. It was 32 earlier today, or 31, 30, something like that, but it said felt like 32, which was kind of accurate. Don't know what it is now. It's now 29, but it still feels like 31, so... Still pretty sweaty. Let's throw off a little bit of that high end, because we're probably gonna add some more high end later. Make it a little bit louder. And let's just, should we add some distortion here? You know what? Let's do everything outside of Serum. And let's just go and add some filter movement. So we're probably gonna do movement into another distortion. So let's just grab a saturator. Crank that up a little bit. Get some of that going in here. Probably in the low end, to be honest. And then we'll probably have another one going like across the other one so that we get a bit of like weird movement, stuff like that. I am not gonna rely too much on the randomized modulation today. I kind of want to do it a lot more with just automation, so that it kind of becomes a lot more, well, a lot more, how do you say that? That every time you play it, it's kind of similar, or it's kind of, maybe not exactly the same, but at least similar enough that we can actually put it into use into a track, because over the last weeks, months, I guess, I've been using a lot of the randomized modulation, and that is nice, but at the same time it also basically means you're gonna get really long files, and then there's cool bits in those files, but the thing with Ableton, or at least on my computer, is when I have these really long resampled files in a project, especially when there's a couple of them, Ableton just slows down to a halt, basically. It still works fine, but saving becomes absolutely gigantic. Well, the saving time just increases a lot, and everything just becomes a bit sluggish. So I don't want to do too much of that randomized stuff and then resampling a long file. I kind of just want to make maybe a short file like this. Maybe we'll do that and then repeat the process a couple of times until we get something nice. And then we put that into a sampler, and from there we'll just go with like, I don't know, with some automation or something. And then the processing chain is probably going to be pretty big, but let's see. For this first section though, I think I will use a couple of randomized things. Let's just grab, let's group this so that we can use the device randomizer for now. And just get us started a little bit quickly. So let's see, I'm gonna put a couple of things on macros here, like usual. And we're gonna change the rate of these. Something like that maybe. And let's map the frequency of this EQ point to a macro. And I want to change the range of it, so I don't want it to go all the way up. So let's bring this macro all the way up, and let's just decrease that to somewhere around here maybe. And then the other one, let's put that on a macro as well. And that one, we're also gonna go and put that maybe a little bit higher, but so that these two are kind of going to morph in this low range. I think that would be good. What do you think of the update of Ableton? I have no issues so far, so far so good. let's just map this to the rack so we can start seeing these move. These are sort of like crisscrossing each other. Going into the saturator, maybe we'll crank it up a bit. And let's add a couple more for good measure. That one we're gonna go more into the mid-range probably, so let's just put that somewhere around 100 Hz for the low value. And maybe we'll also do the Q of that one, so it becomes wider and narrower. Bring that down a bit maybe. Okay, let's see. Let's maybe turn this on, bring that down a bit. What does it sound like with soft sine maybe? Analog clip is fine. Maybe we'll add another distortion here. Let's just close this down. And let's add, maybe we'll add a roar right here. And I'm just gonna do one band. Crank this up a little bit. Maybe put a utility before it so we can decrease the level again. And just do the same thing again. Or like a similar thing. So let's just add another EQ. Gonna create another point. Put that on the macro again. I'm gonna turn randomize off for now. And let's put you all the way up so I can see where we are in terms of the range. Put it somewhere around there. Bring all the macros up here. And let's do another one like this. Put that on a macro. And again, we want to change that so that it sits around the same area. And let's just do another one in the middle here. We just want to create a bunch of movement in this. That's what we need. So this one, oh yeah, just go and change this a little bit so it doesn't go into the same range as the other one. And maybe we'll add another one that just sweeps through, maybe not as high as the other ones, but just boosts some of the frequencies. And let's see what we get. Maybe we'll do the gain of that one as well. Let's just do the gain, add that to a macro so it kind of cuts and boosts. And then let's go in here, that is number 4, right? Yeah, that's number 4. So let's bring this gain down a little bit. And maybe we'll bring up that lowest value. With the device randomizer, you just, if it's unmapped, you just click the map button here, and then you click on the title bar of a rack. And then it'll map to all the macros within that rack. Right, so now we get some sort of like sections where it boosts the low end into the distortion. And let's see which one we're gonna use. Let's utilize this filter as well. Let's create a notch and let's make that morph through the entire thing. Maybe not all the way down. And let's maybe add a bit of OTT in front of this, just to even out that previous sort of like chain a little bit. And let's put a limiter at the end as well, because things might start getting pretty loud. What happens if we add another distortion in here? Let's use something else. Maybe that one. Because we have the notch filled in here, so that kind of goes back into this one now. Okay. Try. Go back in here. Let's add a notch here as well. And this notch is gonna go through a bit, I guess, a bit of the higher frequencies. So that is number 5. Let's grab 5 and let's just bring this up, I don't know, to somewhere around here so it sits more in the high frequencies. Okay, good. I'm gonna go and maybe decrease a little bit of this. Okay, let's bounce this to audio. Bounce in place. And let's add a MIDI track. Let's just chuck this in here. Let's create another chain. Let's put this down 3 semitones so it sits on C, and then I'll just chuck a pitch device in front of it to bring it up again, so we get the right pitch. And I guess we're just gonna go and do a similar thing now. So let's see, I'm gonna open up, let's try maybe opening up Serum Effects or something. We could maybe add some compression first, just to kind of even everything out a bit. Bring up the low band a little. Maybe bring this one up as well. And let's add some more filters in here. So start with a, where are you? Isn't there a double notch? Oh, here. Let's do a double notch. And let's just more of that. Let's just grab a chaos oscillator here. Or sample and hold, I guess. Let's just make it slower. Bring the smooth up. Let's create a bunch more. And let's just put that on this right here. I'm gonna put the other one there. Grab an EQ. And do a similar thing here as what we did before. Let's just set up a macro here. Make that go up to somewhere in the low range. Then maybe bring that one up and that one down. So that's a lot, so maybe we'll put it somewhere around here. And this one, let's also set up a macro for that. And then we can map these two to those macros. So basically want to create more movement and then we'll distort it afterwards. Can you try to explain what are the differences between setting octave on serum instead of... There's not really a difference. The only thing is, I think it's a good practice to teach yourself to just put the MIDI in the right octave. Because if you, for instance, put this sample into a sampler and you want to use the built-in... Because in the sampler in Ableton there's like an FM oscillator as well. And if you want to use that built-in FM oscillator, it's going to listen to whatever MIDI note is coming into the sampler. So if you would, for instance, because when I put this sample into the sampler, so let me just switch this to a sampler so I can show you. If we turn this off, I have the pitch set to -3, so the sample is basically tuned down from D sharp to C, so that whatever MIDI note I put in here is going to be the note that we're actually hearing. But if I would make that note D sharp 3, which is actually going to give us a D sharp 0 right now, right? And I start using this FM oscillator. See how it's not the right pitch? It's much higher than the other oscillator. And that is why I advise people to just, you know, put it in the right octave. So for this one we actually don't need to do that. We can just put this on D sharp 0. Huh? What? Oh yeah, because the pitch is on. We don't need that now. I was like, oh, what the fuck is going on? Huh? It's still too high. What? Oh, the MIDI, of course. And now we can bring this up. And it's actually going to be in the same pitch, and we can use the chorus value here. And it's actually going to be correct. I'd actually put that in here, and let's group this again. I think I might just automate that a little bit. Let's try automating that a little bit. That is turned on. Okay. Okay, cool. Now we should have some automation there. And let's make this range a little bit smaller. Okay, cool. Let's do another EQ. This time we're going to put that in front of the distortion as well. And this time we're going to make that more through the mid-range a little bit. So we could actually just put a macro on here and maybe do that. Freeze that a little bit. And let's just put another LFO on that macro. And let's, for good measure, do another one. Why not? And put our fourth LFO on that. And maybe we'll use another one of these LFOs to change the Q a little bit. And do the same thing on this one. And I think it would be cool if we change the speed of these LFOs a little bit. So let's go in here and let's do, well, we can just grab this and put it on here. And then we just have to change the rate here, the slider, make it bipolar. And then now this one, I'm gonna change its rate. We're gonna get some faster things as well. Let's do that for all four of those. And let's do this one. And the final one. We're gonna get different speeds of modulation, and then maybe we'll just change these ever so slightly. Let's see. Oh, that was the wrong one. Let's bring that up a little. That will leave. This one is gonna go to that. So they're all sort of like slightly different amounts. Maybe that one is gonna be slightly slower. You can change. I haven't messed with this at all, by the way. You mean here or something? I have not messed with any of this, to be honest. So would it be cool if we just change the gain of this one? So let's put a macro on here. Put it somewhere like that, and then we'll use one of these LFOs to change that macro. And let's see what happens if we change the gain going into here. It's not really doing much, but that's probably because of the compressor that we're using here. So let's bypass the compressor for now. And instead we can do that here. So we can put a utility here, bring it down a bit, and then put a OTT in front of that to kind of even it out a bit. I like that more, actually. So, should we just record this again? I think some of the LFOs are moving too quickly for what we're going to do, because we're going to put it into a sampler. And if we're going to go to higher notes, that movement is going to go even faster. So, might be good to just go back into Serum real quick and decrease those ranges of the LFO a little bit, because I think they're going pretty quickly, yeah. Let's make sure that they're going a little bit slower. So we're going to go down here, and we got these rates. Let's just back those down. It's just going to change the rates a little bit, but not too much. Let's bring you up a bit. Focus these a little bit more on the mid-range. Okay, cool. Let's just do that again. And I think what I'm gonna do, I think I'm gonna add a separate sub now. Let's see what happens if we do that. So let's create another MIDI track. You can put this node on here, chuck you in here, and let's see what happens if we replace the sub with something clean again. So, because we're gonna repeat this process anyway, so let's just do that. Okay, the node is not right, so let's put this down 3. Let's grab a pitch device, up 3 octaves. A little quiet, so we can probably just put this at 0. And let's group this. And let's add another serum. Maybe we'll add some noise as well in this stage. Let's make a little shape here that is going to function as our sub. So let's get rid of all of these. Let's clear all of this. So what are we going to do? Something like that, maybe. So that way we don't get the peak in between the sub and the first harmonic. The first harmonic is also overlapping a little bit with this one, but if I bring this up, you can kind of see what we're getting now, see? Which is kind of more like a square wave. But then above that, we get some of those extra harmonics. And it's fine if they overlap. And we're probably going to get some back in here when we start distorting it more, but I think this could be fun to play around with. Now, let's also maybe... We can do that in the same patch here, to be honest. Add some noise. Let's go and use... Let's try this one. Why not? Let's make it wide. Let's run that through a high pass. And I want to make this move at the rate that this one moves at, but I don't want it to follow this shape, so I'm just going to create another one. Let's just open this up. Say remove. Go, clear this all. And let's just do a sine wave. And then we can turn this down. And then we can click here and drag it straight to the level of the noise. And then we get this. So that basically just follows the pitch of the oscillator. And if we now pitch this up and down with like some pitch bend, you can hear that that rate also changes, which is going to happen anyway, but this is something that I think sounds really good on basses. When you modulate the noise with sort of like well, basically the same frequency as the sub is oscillating at. Which kind of, you know, back in the day I would do it as well. You would get the same effect if you take a sine wave, run it through some distortion together with noise. Like if we remove this and then have that turned up and then have that as well. If you distort that, you kind of get a similar thing. Right? But it sounds cleaner when you modulate the level of the noise with an oscillator. So it just sounds cleaner like that. And I guess you could even mess with the shape if you use the bend, maybe? It just sounds best like this. Put it pretty low because we're probably gonna end up increasing that a lot. Maybe even lower. And let's start processing this again. So let's make sure we're not gonna clip the hell out of everything. Let's grab a saturator again. I'm turning the clipping off because I kind of want the limiter to do it. I don't want this to be completely squared off. If we use the clipping and we not use the limiter, it will start squaring off the top like that. And if we use a limiter, it doesn't do that. You could also use a compressor, but both kind of work. And let's just start modulating stuff. Wait, let's try the new auto filter. Haven't really messed with it yet, so it would be a good moment to do. What do we got? Oh, we got a notch and low pass. That's interesting. Can we move the notch separately from the low pass? Please. Yes, nice. That's actually pretty cool. Okay. Is there also... There's no other shapes with that, huh? Would be nice to have a band pass or a high pass with a notch as well. Let's just do some kind of a rack again. So let's group this, except that one. I mean, that could be in here as well. It doesn't really matter. Let's group this. And let's map you to a macro. I'll just record some automation for that. See if we, if that ends up being nice. But before I do that, let's create another chain here. And that is just going to be your sub. Put you in here. We're just distorting the band pass. Don't really need this on a macro, to be honest. Yeah, let's record some automation on that. That one quick thing there was kind of annoying me, so let's redo that. Okay, we got some more movement there. And let's maybe create another band. Bring our high end back. Yo, Jimmy. And let's see what happens if we put this after the rack here. I think we need to do more EQ stuff, boosting into the distortion. It doesn't sound cool enough yet. So let's go and do this again. Yeah, that's gonna be nice. Let's grab some more LFOs, I guess. Can use some LFOs for that. Let's just make a rack for this. Let's put this one on a macro. Let's create another one going down. And maybe we'll do another one in the mids for good measure. Let's map that. And let's do... bring this one down. That one down. This one is gonna go up. And... yeah, we can use LFOs. Let's just do 3. Just to kind of change it up. And let's just put them on the remote, because I've already set up the ranges. We're just gonna map these like so. Now we're starting to get somewhere. Still doesn't sound good, but bear with me. We're getting somewhere. I kind of want to know what this sounds like with a pitch bend. So let's set the range here to 24, and in Serum, let's also do 24. I hope that that is 24 up and down inside of Sampler. I guess it is. And let's grab a MIDI CC control, put that in front of this rack so we can hear. Yeah, that's gonna start to sound nice. It's clean for a bass, exactly. That's starting to get somewhere. So, should we just record this one again and put that into a sampler just so that we basically consolidate this part now. Bounce to new track. There we go. Have you tested the new auto filter functions yet? No, I literally just updated, so I haven't really tested out anything. Okay, cool. So let's create another MIDI track. Put this note here. And I guess now we'll start making the actual rack that we're gonna end up using. Why can I not? Oh, we're on the wrong track. There we go. I think I'm gonna put it inside of... Are we gonna use a sampler or a simpler? Let's think. We have the start position here, because I basically want to be able to change the start position within this sample. We got that. Actually, you know what would be smart? See how... Oh, I think in simpler that doesn't matter. I think we can still set up a loop inside of here with a fade. Yeah, even if it's at the start. And it doesn't change the fade percentage. In sampler, in sampler, if you have a fade and you bring the sample start all the way to the start of the sample, the fade goes back to 0%, which is really fucking annoying. But it doesn't happen inside of simpler, so let's use simpler, I guess. Let's mute these. Okay, we then have to go and put this. Although the only annoying thing is inside of here we don't have access to the extra FM, which I kind of wanna use maybe at some point to add like a resonant frequency. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna turn this back on, and I'm just gonna create another little area here, just so we have a little bit of space before the sound comes in. And then I'm gonna say bounce to new track. Bounce into new track. Let's see if it then includes the space at the start. It should probably do that. Yeah, good. And then we can, let's remove this. Let's put this here. So we have a little bit of space. Let's move that to a sampler. Let's put that at D#0. And then we can put the start position right here. And then if we set up a loop, let's link that to the start position. We can still have a crossfade here, see? Because if we now move this all the way to the start, crossfade is going back to 0. And that's what I kind of don't want to get, so let's just do this. And we're probably gonna change a bunch of these settings. Let's just make it the loop a little bit longer. Can we cannot put that on a macro. That's kind of annoying. Okay, well, it is what it is. We can just make this longer. So that we're basically getting enough of the sound, and then we can use some of these to change the different settings. So first things first, you right here, and let's put the mod wheel on the sample or on the loop start, so that will allow us to change the position. Let's just bring that up a little, and then we'll put a CC control here, and then we can change the position where it plays, where it starts playing with this one. So that's basically going to be our sample start. So let's put that on a macro, because we want to keep track a little bit of what we're doing now. And I kind of want to have the loop length as well. So let's use the foot controller. Why not? Never going to use that anyway. I think we're going to need to bring this down. And then we need to select that here. So let's do foot controller, put that on macro 2. So this is going to be the loop length. If we bring that up, we should get a shorter loop. Or we don't. I guess we're going to have to bring it up. Which makes no sense, but... Wait, huh? Why is this now controlling the sample start? What the fuck? Huh? Oh, I did the wrong one. My bad. Loop length. Yeah. I think I'm gonna decrease this length a little bit. That's gonna be too quick. Sure. And let's set up the pitch bend range as well. We want to have a pitch bend range. Where's the pitch bend again? Here. Of 24. And I'm also going to turn off this filter because there you go. We got our high end back. We can put that on a macro as well, so that we can close this one down. It's not really going to clutter everything up. Just call that pitch bend. And let's add maybe a little bit of a pitch envelope at the start. I think we're gonna have this one and this one on a macro as well. Let's do this, and let's take the decay time as well. So that we can change that for, like, if we want to get a more punchy kind of thing here. We can do that, we can do that, we can make like little things like that by just automating these two, which is going to be really nice, especially when it starts going into more distortion later down the line. God damn it. It's also already getting dark in here. I don't want to turn the light on because then we're going to get mosquitoes inside, but I also don't want to close the window, so you guys will have to do with it. It's still fine for now. Let's see. What else do we want to have? We want to do the glide as well, because we want to be able to create glides. So let's just quickly set some extra node up here. Right now it's doing that, so let's go into global. Let's do one voice. And we're gonna go to the pitch tab and let's put this on glide. And we're probably gonna do the glide time on a macro as well. I wish we could have a longer thing here. So we can also get that kind of stuff. I wish we could do this and then have more control here. Can we do that somehow? Ugh, that's nasty. Can we do that somehow? I think we can. What modulators do we have? We need a fucking mod remap in Ableton. I'm gonna be so happy when they create a mod remap thing. All I want to be able to do... I might have a Max for Life device for it. MIDI... MPE map, no. Maybe a modulators. Map crafter. I think that's gonna do that. That's gonna allow me to do that. I also got another thing here. Maybe that one will. What is this? Ah, there we go. Can I curve that? Yes, nice. Okay. So we can put this up maybe. And then we can take that, which one was connected to the length? That is the foot controller. Let's unmap this. And let's go and map. Wait, how do you... So this is set to macro 1. What does that mean? Ah, okay, so we set this to macro 2, and then we map this to there. Right, okay, and then... No. Huh? Clear. I want to be able to modulate this. Right, so that's not working. Clear. Map. Let's see, let's map you back to here. That is now coming in here. If I... How do I remove a point? God damn it. Ah, shift click. If I do this... Right, that is now working. I guess. I mean... Not really. It's not giving me the control that I want. Let's try... I have another one. Maybe that one works better. I also have this one. For some reason I cannot go in front of it, but that's fine. So this knob moves everything. So we wanna put U on the loop length thing here. And then we're gonna take this one off. That is now moving that thing in there. And then let's map that. Let's go to here. Let's map that to this one. Now that is working how I want it to. And then let's see, we can... Oh yeah, this one is kind of annoying to work with. I just want to create a point here. Oh, it did. And let's maybe move that to here. So that as soon as I bring this up, it kind of goes to a value much smaller. Okay, we can change this. Still pretty long, but let's move this up. Now it's kind of working. Right, now it works. So maybe we'll bring it up even more. We basically have a much easier range now to use, so we can close this down. And I believe this is a free device, but I could be wrong. I think it's free though. Oh, there's a grid as well. That might be even nicer. Let's just put that right on there. What if we curve it a little bit? That's not really gonna do much. Reset the curve. Okay. Shift click. God damn it. Okay, there we go. Let's loop length. Let's maybe. That's too fast. Okay, so we can do really quick. And slower ones, we're just gonna have to be somewhere up in the range of this knob, but that's fine. But if we bring it all the way down, it plays the entire sample. Finally! That's what we needed. took a while, but we're there. I guess we're gonna find a bit of a kick and snare now. Set up a little bit of a thing. Let's turn all of these off and let's move this. We'll leave that there, doesn't really matter. Let's go and find some drums. Good enough with me. Oh. So first things first, if you want to know tuning drums, especially kick drums, is usually pretty hard. I want this one to be D sharp, but it's pretty hard to do that. There's a pretty easy trick. If you just grab an operator here, for instance, and just put in a note of whatever note you are using for your track, and then just for good measure, let's just sidechain that to the kick channel. To that one, maybe a bit more. You can kind of look at millimeters down here, and you can see how it flows in, how the tail of the kick flows into that sub. So if I look at it right there, it kind of looks alright, but I think we can go down maybe 1 or 2 semitones on this kick. I think 2 semitones down is pretty good. Let's just take off that little last bit there. And see how it now almost looks like it just goes straight into the sub, as if it is part of the same sound. That's kind of what we want, so let's use this kick for now. And let's create another track. Let's group these. Let's just call this drums. Now I guess we'll find a snare real quick. Nice. So like a rim shot kind of snare. Not sure if that's the kind of sound that we want to go for, but let's see. Where's my drink? There. Probably already starting to heat up, but it's still fine for now. I can feel it. Got some more drinks downstairs, but it's still fine. Okay. Let's move you down. And let's group that as well. And we'll just do a sidechain to that kick and snare on this group. So whatever we do in this group, it's just always going to be sidechained to that. So we'll do kick. And then we'll do a snare. And we'll just call this bass. Let's put in a note for now. Back on. And let's see, let's make a note here. Let's just for now do one note on every one of these. And then maybe on the last one we'll do some other thing, with a pitch bend or something, we'll see. Let's see, the sidechain of the kick is probably gonna be a little bit longer. The snare can probably be a little bit shorter. And let's add a little bit of some changes on this. So let's just automate these to be different than the first one. And then maybe we'll change this one again. Actually, that one sounds kind of cool there. Why is that not changing much? Why is the sample start not working? Huh? I mean, it is working, but it needs to go all the way up here. Why is that not working? Okay, we got more troubleshooting to do. What the fuck? What the fuck? Busy? Hello, mate. Wait, why is that not working? Why is the sample start not going all the way to the end of the sample. That's interesting. Let's bring the loop length up. Then it does go, huh? Okay, so because it's at the end there, it loops back into the start, I guess. That's what's happening. That's kind of annoying. Okay, if we go... Let's just turn the loop off for now. Although I kind of want to use the loop function as well. But... maybe we'll make a second patch if we want to have a loop thing. I think that's going to be a smarter thing to do. So what we're going to do is we now know how to do this if we want to make the loop thing anyway. So let's get rid of you. And let's get rid of the loop start and loop length here. Let's just do that. Let's put the glide time on macro 2 then. So that we keep everything nice and tidy. Put that on macro 2. There we go. So I know what we can do otherwise. Let's just make this mod wheel go to the sample offset. See, that's... For some reason it's not working every time though. That's kind of weird. Maybe because there's no point there. I'm not sure why this is not working how it normally would. Okay, now it is. Huh, weird. Anyways. Okay, well that's now working better. Let's save as well. Anyone have an easy way to install Ableton on Linux? I don't know how to get Ableton to work on Linux, I'm sorry. It's probably possible, but I don't know how, so... Let's go and add more stuff to this, more processing, I guess. Oh yeah, let's also maybe add a little pitch bend thing at the end there. We can automate this macro, and let me also make sure that we have this one visible, because we want to automate that later on as well. Let's see what happens if we just... Let's just go up. So 64, if we want to get exactly 1 octave, we can do 32 here. But maybe just a little bit might be nice here. Have you tried filter verse? No, I haven't. let's start adding more stuff. Let's create another low pass maybe. Let's group that. I'll also add a limiter at the end to save you guys' ears. Let's put it outside of the rack. And let's just create another one for the high end. Yeah, I did set up a sidechain on the group here. So that we can have that there. Anyways, that's now working as it's supposed to. Let's maybe add this FM oscillator to a macro as well, so we can bring that in. So we can... Although it doesn't sound that usable. Maybe on higher force values. Let's leave that one. That's a bit much. Maybe that's gonna be nice, but it isn't. Okay, now it's really getting dark in here. Let me close the window and turn some light on. Let's just that. You guys can see me again. Also, damn, I'm just feeling it now. My back is fucking drenched in sweat. It's that hot in here. Let me turn that on as well. I'm gonna need it now. It's absolutely disgusting out here in terms of the weather, but I kind of like it if I'm not sitting behind the computer. Then it's fine, you know. But inside, it's absolutely, especially here in the attic, it just heats up so quickly. Like, that's the only issue. And when I'm not streaming, it's fine, you know. I'll just blast the fan on, open all the windows. But now it's evening, so kind of have to deal with it. But it is what it is. Let's do some more, I guess, distortion. You know what? Let's open up a... Let's see what we got in here. I'm just gonna open up a trash. Put that after this rack here. So all of this is running into a trash, and then maybe we'll... Let's see what is gonna sound cool. that stuff, it creates even more weird stuff. Thrash does got, well, it mostly has these, it creates these really weird tails sometimes, especially on some of the shapes. It creates these really weird tails, but you can kind of get rid of that with a gate, you know? Or you can use, like, I'm not sure if we're gonna get any of those. We'll probably get those later on in the stream, but I forgot which modes it does that. Yeah, see, like that? That little yep, that little zappy sound. I'll show you really quickly how to get rid of it. It's super easy. Like, all you have to do is grab a utility. Like, you can use a gate, but a gate is always gonna be dependent on what the level of that extra sound is, right? So if we grab a gate, we can bring the floor down, maybe bring the return down a bit. And then we can set this so that it's above where that zappy sound happens in terms of volume. And that gets rid of it. But sometimes, especially if the chain gets longer, that zappy sound also becomes really loud. And it's impossible to remove with a gate. So I would actually do it in a different way. Just grab a utility and grab a MIDI envelope. And then put that at the start of your chain, right here. And just put the sustain up. Let's put the attack all the way down. Release pretty damn quick. And then we're just gonna set this to unipolar on remote mode. Set this to 50. And then map that to the gain here. And then it's always going to close the utility gain down to negative infinity when the sound is done playing. So that way you basically never get it. We can increase the release a little bit. See, and then it always just closes down again. So that way you're basically creating your own gate. It's so weird that sometimes it's a different sample position, even though there's automation telling it to start at a certain point. It's slightly off every time, but whatever. See? Ableton, you're weird. When we started from here, it's the same every time, so it is actually working correctly. It's just the latency is probably what is causing it. What happens if we turn this off? No, it still happens. But when we started from here, it works properly. I guess it only happens for the first note because I'm starting it there, and Ableton is just trying to, you know, trying to do it, but it is what it is. Ableton still has some issues, especially, like, I wish there was a way for them to figure out how to delay compensate for the automation as well, because the delay compensation in Ableton is, well, a lot of people are complaining about it, but it actually works pretty well. It's just that the automation is not compensated. It doesn't take that into account, so that is a bit of a thing that is kind of annoying. Look at Patchwork. I heard about that. I just never use it. Okay, let's grab the... I'm gonna close a couple things down here because things are getting a bit crazy. Let's close that all down. And let's grab the pitch bend. We want to see that as well. And let's just do a little bit of a pitch bend at the end of this note here. Oh yeah, and I think I changed to a different shape inside of here. Let's go back to this one. Now, that is obviously going to do a lot inside of the trash, so what if we just bring the gain down a little bit here. And let's just solo this. Turn the sidechain off for now. I'm thinking what would be nicer if we do a resonant low pass. It kind of works. Let's just automate that a little bit here. That. So I wish we could see the name of that. Oh, we do. Okay, good. So then we can start automating this here. Let's see what happens if we just... What happens if we... Sure. At this point, it really doesn't matter what we do. We can just start messing with this and seeing what happens. Let's go to this one. Just gonna add another. Let's try. Maybe we'll automate that. It actually sounded nice on the first bit, but... it's just different every time. see, we'll end up using that. Doesn't really matter too much for now. We're just gonna stack more effects on this after it. I think that one is gonna be good to automate. The fact that the sample start is not working properly is annoying the fuck out of me. I wonder if it is because I mapped it to a macro and if it works better if I just automate it directly. I'm gonna try it out real quick, just to see if it actually makes things better. Let's unmap this. And let's just... because we have this device here. What if we just automate this one instead? Does that work? It's basically the same thing. Although it does sound maybe a little bit cleaner. Well, it should be the same thing. Let's see if we can... Huh? Okay, maybe what happens if we automate the pitch over these couple of notes? So it just goes up in pitch a little bit and then it goes back down to 0 here at the end. What happens if we make those notes quicker? And maybe do something else there. Let's go and go to... Oh, I also don't have any pitch envelope. Huh. Let's do full range. Get rid of this one. Let's turn the sidechain on. Don't like this second part. Oh yeah, we also had these. What if we copy that? That's better. That's better. It's basically the filter on the high end. We could also, instead of doing the filter there, idea, tangent. Let's duplicate this so that we don't lose what we had. And let's just delete all of this so that the filter is basically all the way open. Now, we can also automate the gain, of course. See, then we also get less of that high end there. So if we it doesn't matter if we go to +6 because we have a limiter after it anyways and a trash, so maybe I'll limit it to 0. We can do that real quick. Let's just set up a couple of macros here. Delete that. Let's just set these to 3 macros. So we got sub gain, mid gain, and high gain. And then we just change the mapping here so that they don't go over 0. I think I like that more actually, using the gain. It's also a bit easier because automating these filters, it's really easy to sort of like make these filters of these bands start overlapping each other in a way that I don't want. So I think I'm gonna use the gains here, and we can still add like some filters on these bends that are sort of like gonna close down, but I think it's gonna be good to just let these be a little bit more static. Although I do like what the sub one is doing. I do like that one. So let's just get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. And then we can just set this to somewhere where we want it. easy to automate that too far, because this is already going pretty far down, which makes it really low pass. Whereas if we just use the gain, we get that a little bit less. So let's just make sure we have that gain in here. I think I'm just gonna clear these this automation. Oh fuck. Clear that automation, and then we'll just remove this, and then we'll just chuck you back up. That's kind of nice. Do we want to clear this one as well? I think I'm just going to clear those two. And rely on like some extra filtering after it. That's the sub. Can we not bypass that? That's annoying. Let me just cut it. We can always paint it back. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Just leave this free like that. Because if we change the gains of these, we can create all kinds of effects. So let's just bring that gain in as well. And I'm not sure if we're actually gonna need the sub gain. Maybe we'll do at some point, but I'll just chuck it in here for now. But we're mostly gonna use the mid and the high gain, I guess. Damn. My drink spat at me. We need to do more processing though, because it still sounds way too tame at the moment. I'm just gonna stick with a drum pattern like this for now. Okay, let's see what happens if we close down the volume on this one a bit. Copy that. I don't like that last one a lot more than what happens here, so I can take this and just copy it over here. That should work. And then here at the end, let's try and do something else with the MIDI. Let's go... pitch bend, where are you? Does the sample also change right here? No. That's fine now. Okay, we're gonna do more processing. What could be fun to put in here? Let's think. What could be fun? Maybe some reverb or something? Let's just chuck that in front of everything. Let me just group this, put that up, and then let's create another chain. And let's go to just convolution probably. And let's see what we get. Let's try... Now we're also gonna get more width. So right here, let's just open up the gain again on both the mid and the highs. Let's see if that... I want to hear that reverb come through. For some reason we're not hearing it come through. Maybe because it's too short. Let's try a longer reverb. Let's try one of the halls. See what we get. Yeah, I kind of want reverb to happen here. I want it to come through more. So let's see. Maybe try a different reverb. Let's try... Or do I still have the gate thing that I made? Yeah, that's why. Ah, okay. We don't need that because this processing chain isn't really creating a till at the moment. The trash, we have a pretty basic shape. It's not one of the ones that creates that weird sort of like zappy kind of till sound, so... I think that is what we were missing here. That's why it wasn't working. Let's just grab a Valhalla room. That should do the job as well. Yeah, now it starts bringing up the till here. Or maybe a vintage verb. Kind of like vintage verb. Also try that after this filter rack. We need to do a lot more stuff to bring it all out again. So what happens if you just put this right here? Ooh, that makes it fat as fuck. And that also brings up the reverb, so... I love how fucking complicated this is getting. I'm losing track where everything is. I mean, we can still automate some of these. To get like some extra effects here and there, but first of all, make sure that this is back up as well. And this reverb thing, if we automate this to come up here, does that increase the reverb till? Yeah. That's nice. That's nice. Might even put that on a macro so I can keep track of what we're doing. Just clear that envelope. Put this on a macro. And let's rename that reverb gain. So that we can automate that. And keep track of what we're doing. Oh, the other way around. Maybe here I'll just do that. Sure. Would maybe be nice to have one where it loops here, but I'll probably get to that later. More processing. Save. What does this sound like if we slow the project tempo down? I mean, that also works. I love that. We got some extra drums. Let's see. I wonder what happens if we... I'm gonna try something out. Let's save. Let's load up. I should have one here. Not that. I'm sorry. There. Let's grab this. So just a cello. Let's see. Let's grab that and put it right here. It's gonna be really quiet, but bear with me. Just put that right there. And we can turn this off. And then we can in our other chain, we can add a compressor. And we can grab external. Oh wait, they changed this. No, not external. That. Oh no, huh? Did they remove the... Please don't tell me they removed the... Oh, there it is. God damn it, they changed it. They moved stuff around. This is the sidechain listen thing. So if I now play this, we're just gonna hear... Well, we're not even gonna hear it because it's so goddamn quiet. Let's just chuck that up all the way. It's still quiet, but now we're only hearing that. So if I group this and then create another chain, then this is gonna be our cello thing coming in, and this is just a dry. But now the beautiful part is, because why would I do it this way and not just have this thing audible? Now I can move this around in the processing chain. So I can put this all the way here, for instance. Or maybe we'll put it right here. Leave it there. It's a bit annoying, but let's see if we can make this better. First of all, this gain should now determine how loud that comes in. But we need to make this a bit more stabby. So we can grab a transient shaper and put that after here. And let's just crank these up. Maybe not there, but... Now what happens if we go in contact here and choose something else? And let's maybe make the note louder as well. I think that note is already, yeah, one of the lowest, so what if we just pitch it down? Kinda like this one. mean, we can even keep on processing this if we want. So, what if we chuck an OTT on this track? Maybe the time up. Not sure why it sounded high, well, had more high end first, and now it suddenly doesn't, but that sounds cool. I mean, that works. Different pitches to see what, or tempos to see what we get. What happens if we... I'm so like thinking, what if we maybe automate the gain of the sub down here, then this one hits harder again? Maybe? It's so subtle, you don't hear it anymore at all, but... Ooh, that does do some stuff, automating the sub level. See, it makes the mid-range stand out more. That's actually something we can definitely utilize. Because we're already compressing the fuck out of it afterwards, so it's not really changing the level of the sub at this point, you know? The OTT and this trash are just bringing that level up anyways. It's just decreasing the level at which it runs into the processing. See it? Changes the sound completely. Let's leave this one at C sharp. Then here maybe go G sharp. See if we can make something nice happening here. Okay. Idea. Let's see. It kind of wants to go to G sharp here, I think. And then we're gonna get rid of this one. And we're also gonna change some of this automation here. In fact, let me just do this. So we have absolutely no automation in this section now. So we can focus on what the MIDI is doing. Let's just this one clip so I can see it in time properly. Yeah. What we have now, but this thing I think wants to be rhythmic though, so we want to have a similar kind of thing here as what we had in the first half. Mind you, this is without automation, so we still need to change all the automation here. Don't exactly like this second one. I do like that it has a higher sort of like resonance here. But maybe we can change it ever so slightly. I think we brought the sub gain down there, if I'm right. Yeah. So what happens if we just change this position? Oh, it's not in time. My bad. Let's try this out. So like give it a resonance. Should be possible. So the reverb is sitting. I'm losing track where everything is as well. Reverb is here, right? No, it's not. Reverb is here. Yeah. First of all, what happens if we put it right here? Comes a little bit louder then. So let's see if we can on the reverb. Let's go and grab let's grab a corpus. That will work. Might work. Track 13. Let's do this. And then we just turn this on right here. If this is, the note is A sharp, so this is now getting an A sharp. I want this to be on, let's try F. That would be plus 31. I wish we could do that an octave up still. Let's try one of the other ones. I mean, an octave up would be 43 then. Let's get rid of this and keep that turned on. Let's group this and then we'll do that. Oh, the other way around. I wonder if we can make it sound interesting. I mean, that kind of works, something like that. And then let's go and put some more reverb on that again. It's in the same rack, right? Yeah. Why is that one going off if the rack is going off? Why is this one still turned? What the fuck? You see this? That is as if it's turned off, and this one is as if it's turned on. They're both in the same rack. What the fuck? Huh? Okay, now it works. I wish this was even higher pitched. Can we somehow trick it? Can we somehow trick it? We should be able to. What if we create a chain here and we put a pitch device in here? Why doesn't it not want me to do that? Because it's an audio effect rack, that's why. We need to go earlier on, right here. What if we group this? And then we create another chain. On this chain we're gonna put a pitch device. We can pitch it up a bit more. And then here where are you? Right here. We take this from the pitch and then just post effects, I guess. We should now be able to control the pitch with this. Not sure if it's actually doing that, but maybe I should turn the reverb off for now so that we can hear it. Yes, it is changing the pitch. Okay, good. So now we should be able to use this. And we can change the pitch right down here. Or we can use... Let me close some of these down so that when I go to the end, we're actually seeing the corpus. Ah, okay. Well, we're going here. We can also use this right here. This is so weird. The thing at the bottom, that's millimeters. If you want to know, just do that in the chat. What pack is the shaker from? It's a shaker that I made myself. Oh, that's the pitch envelope. I wonder what happens now if we switch it back to drum and bass tempo. It's gonna be mental. Let's give it a shot. Uh, 120 or something. So this thing here, I wonder if we can make it better. So it's actually listening to the pitch bend, it seems, as well. Yeah. Interesting. So if we do this, it is actually listening to the pitch bend. Interesting. Yeah. That's why it was sounding so strange earlier. I wonder if we can make this one like really mental. Let's give that a shot. Bit annoying that this one, that everything looks disabled, but it's not. It's just not turned on until it reaches this point. What if we use one of these rectifier waves? See what happens then. Single. Go there. I'll put the gain down again here. I also noticed that the level on the sides is really loud at the moment, which we might decrease a little bit, because I wonder what this whole thing sounds like in mono. Let's have a little test. Could be worse. but there is a lot of width. Which is mostly coming from the reverb though. Let's see what happens if we decrease this a little bit after the reverb. Well, the noise is also really wide. I know how to fix it though. Let's go in the first rack here. Let's because it's really only the noise that is wide in this. So if we do this, let's create a group here, and I'm just gonna switch this to mid-side mode. So this is gonna be the mids. Then we duplicate this. So this will be mid, and this will be side. And then we can flip that here. And then this is now our side volume. So I want to see if we can make that less sound fucking crazy. What would be nice on it? I'm just gonna go and save first of all. Let's just. It is really loud. I wonder if we can just decrease it a little bit. Let's just chuck this utility right here. And just, well, we have a gain here as well, but it doesn't really matter. Let's just decrease it a little bit. Jesus Christ. Just becomes a click. Huh? Click. That's weird. It is because the bit crush is up quite a bit, I guess. Let's do that maybe. And let's see what happens if we put an infiltrator behind that. Oh. We want to find something weird. Destruction. also do it ourselves. Init preset. Let's see if we can... What the fuck? I didn't know you could do that. Full screen infiltrator. What the hell? Save. What the fuck? It's bigger than full screen even. Ah, okay. Weird. What would be a cool thing to try out with this infiltrator? I'm just gonna... Let's just loop this last beat. That was so weird. Also, I am getting slightly hungry, so I'm gonna quickly run downstairs. I should have some blueberries downstairs in the fridge. And I'll go and grab some. You guys can listen to that while I'm gone. One moment, I'll be back in just a bit. I need something to eat. And a cold drink as well, because the Coke is getting a bit hot now. wondering what we can do with this sound, this last thing here. Maybe a comb? This is, let's do 1/4. What? Man, I did kind of like what was happening there. We could probably use some gain here. That up, drop that down, something like that. What is corrupt? Let's see how corrupt you are. Okay. Let's... I mean, we're getting super weird now, but why not? Broken. Yes, please. Not broken enough. Degrade. Press the shit out of it. Overkill. Yes. Decrease the gain a bit. Yeah. Okay, now it's actually degrading. We can do something weird here again, as if we are not doing weird stuff enough, huh? Let's just do this, that, put you up. Maybe very speed, whatever what you want to call it. Oh yeah, there we go. Come on. It's wide as hell, but oh yeah, this is set to 1/2. What if we do 1/4? Ah, 1/2 is actually nicer. That was actually nicest. Huh? My right ear likes that little ping. I think the forward reverse is best. Yeah, it's just automation. I'm just turning it on. It's in this rack right here. Moment. It's in this rack right here called Screech. Well, it started as a Screech, but we're kind of turning it into something else now. And it just turns on right here on the last beat. So what happens if we put the reverb on before this? Not much of a difference. Like, all of these don't even do much of a difference anymore. I wonder if the corpus is actually doing much of a difference. Let's turn it off. Let's see what happens. See, even without the corpus, it just does the same thing. That's so funny. I think we might even get the same thing if we just turn all of these off. Like, turn the utility off. Well, these are already all off. It's now literally just the infiltrator. Corpus literally doesn't do any difference. Or maybe it adds a bit of high end. It's so subtle. I genuinely thought it came from some chorus bit crush noise. No, I guess it's the reverb tail. Because there's some reverb early on in the chain. Here. Right before it. There's some reverb, and that is being automated, I believe. The reverb turns on, and the gain goes up here. So this is probably what determines the sound of it. If we turn that off, yeah, see? Ooh. That's cool. That's kind of cool. So it's the reverb being distorted and mangled up. That's what it is. That's basically what is happening there. Ooh. don't think that matters much because that's a pitch bend. What if we... I wonder if we can do some other stuff here. Let's make a variation. How late is it? Almost 1 o'clock. Let's do a variation or something. Also, let's lock that real quick. Let me... Because there's a bit of a clap in that shaker as well. That's kind of cool. Let's this. Then we'll just turn this one back on. Let's see, maybe we'll turn that back off. Or should we... I mean, that kind of works. It's a weird drum pattern anyway. Don't know how we got to this drum pattern, but I mean, just mess around. I don't have a goal either. I'm just moving things until I hear something that I like. And I'm also not necessarily at the moment. I'm not necessarily thinking about a track or anything. Like, I'm just making sounds, and they might not even be used in the context that they are right now. Like, the thing is, if I just export this, or, I mean this, there's like a lot of bass sounds and bass chops within there that you can cut out and use in a track. You know, I'm just looking for things that sound cool. Basically, at this point. See what the other animations are doing. Oh, this one is also still turned on. Let's turn that back off. You shouldn't get too worried about that when you're doing sound design. I mean, at least I don't think you should, you know? Because this kind of stuff is so unpredictable. And honestly, we don't even have that much yet. We could get so much crazier with this, I think at least. Okay, this one I don't like. Let's get rid of that. Oops. Oh no, it is aligned. Up until here. Want that there. Let's just group. Let me actually just copy that over to here as well. Let's consolidate that.
Damn it, where's the blueberry? There.
That's really low, but it kind of sounds cool. Oh. I wonder what this would sound like with a different pattern. Oh wait, I need to lock this real quick. Kind of getting bored from that repetitive pattern there. Let's see. That is on 12. Oh. Happen to be copy that to here as well. Oh, that's interesting. What if we copy that to there as well? More. That's cool. See, that's what I mean. Experiment and you'll find cool stuff. Right here we can probably do a little reverb swell. Even though we're almost not hearing it. Probably because the utility... Why are we not hearing the reverb swell? Why is that? I mean, I turned some shit off here. We can just boost it, but that will also affect the screech here, or the distorted bit at the end there. Or it just is gone? What? Oh no. Why is the reverb so... I'm just gonna go put that all the way down. There we go. I'm just gonna go and make another reverb. We're just gonna make another one. Let's see. Reverbs. Reverb. There we go. Let's just take another reverb. We'll just chuck it after the trash. Make a rack. Make this one really long, because we're going to use this as a sort of like sweep. We'll create another chain. And then we put a utility after the reverb. And we put that on a macro. We call that macro reverb throw. And we'll automate it right here. And then we need to change the range, because currently it goes to plus 35 decibels. That's way too much. So I still don't like what that does, but bear with me. And let's go in here. Let's switch this to now, because we need more high end in this. Open it up a lot. Already better. I'll leave it on concert, doesn't matter too much. Let's just put, because I used the utility here, so we can put an OTT in front of it. And just crank that up. that. Because I kind of want to have another one of those distorted reverb thingies that came in right here at the end. So I'm just going to copy this. And we'll just chuck that right in that gap. For some reason it doesn't always play. I lost the reverb swell. Or the reverb throw. Let me just do that. Just that there. Sometimes it sounds really thin for some reason. I wonder what happens if I add... this is set to beats mode, right? Yeah. If I add a groove to that shaker. What happens if we add another one of these in here? That's kind of cool. Can also put that maybe here. Okay, do we have to switch to the triplet grid? Okay, that's definitely a lot better for this groove. Yes. Yes, please. More of that. Let me just get rid of you and just copy that. I guess we'll just get rid of you. It sounds the same every time. What is the timing of this? It's so fucking weird. That's that. I want this one. Okay, back in here. Let's see, we are... I'm gonna try putting the reverb throw in front of trash. Let's see what happens. I mean, that actually works. Having it really short. And it comes in after that little blip of cello. For some reason, every once in a while it's louder than the other time, but I don't know why. I don't think we can control that much. I mean, we can just decrease a little bit here. See, that one is quieter, and then here it was louder. But let's go and probably rename this rack to reverb. I know what that is. Let's go and grab an EQ. And I'm just gonna see if we can ooh, there. I want that at the end there. I want some morphing EQ happening there. So let's just turn this rack on here. And it's gonna go back off there. Okay. And then we want this. We're gonna automate this in this range here. See what we get. That's gonna be maybe the gain as well. Definitely wants to be here. Maybe we'll go down here. I wonder what else we can do. I mean, now I'm kind of curious. What happens if we throw a vocoder in this rack somewhere? Gets a bit much. I do kind of like it, I think, on the that one. Maybe. I mean, we can make another rack. We've got so many already. We can make another rack and just turn that on during those sounds. So that is gonna be right here. Just turn that on. And I wonder what happens if we put a transient shaper on that. So let's grab ST4B in front of after the vocoder. I'm not sure, but let's try. Let's see if we can make it even more stabby. I mean, it kind of works in a weird way. loses a bit of the higher tone, the overtone that it had, which kind of sucks, but ugh. What if we... Because I kind of like what it does to the low end, in a way. So what if we just make this a rack, where we have a low pass. So that kind of takes care of the low end. Then here we just put a high pass. Maybe even steeper one. And then here we turn that into a steeper high pass. It's so weird. I think it might be better without. We can still do the ST4B one though, because that kind of worked. Let's put it here maybe, and then we give that a bit of this. And let's just turn that on where that thing happens. Tough one. Kind of like both. I think I like it more without. Now we could, let's see. Something more we can automate here. I mean, we can maybe create our own transient shaper. Just make it a little bit tighter. Let's see if that works. Probably should put that down as well. This one is just better. So let's just leave that. I think there's so much automation happening now. Let's see. Oh, there's only one extra one. That was the gain automation. Should probably move these down. It's kind of fun messing with this. Okay, I wanna mess around again. I'm gonna go and do a drum and bass section. Let's copy this. Oh, the fade also gets shorter when you do that. Do you see this? Huh? The fade is this long here, And then here the fade is suddenly that. Because the tempo is different. Maybe a bit heavy on the swing here, but I don't think we can automate this. No. I can copy it. I can copy it and then just decrease the amount of swing here. And then just go into the here and change the groove to that one. I wonder what this whole thing will sound like at 172. Let's put it in here. That's crazy. Maybe not 174. Let's try out what that would sound like on maybe on 140. Anyways, I think I'm gonna call it quits for tonight. It's 2 a.m. and I feel like we're now getting to the point where I'm just not getting much further. That was fun though. That was a lot of fun. We're also losing viewers. There's only 8 people still here, so good time to call it quits. To the people that are still here though, join the Discord, because that's where you can chat about music. So I'll drop the link into the chat. Also, if you want to support me, Patreon is the best place. Okay, why did that not do anything? There we go. Patreon is the best place. I drop samples, Ableton themes, and all kinds of stuff on Patreon. And I try to do a pack regularly. Kind of depends what I've made, and if there's like some cool sounds that I made for it, then I will put them in a pack. I actually do have something that can be pretty fun, because for this sound today, remember we made this little thing here that was kind of like a starting point, and before that I made, well, we still have them actually. Remember how we started from this early, so like that sound. Although these are, yeah, these are stretched. I made that sound, and then we went into this one. And that then became this. Let me do that. I have actually done a couple similar ones, and I think I'll put those on Patreon. So I have them here, and it's basically just a bunch of similar kind of ones that you can kind of just chuck straight into a sampler and then basically have a starting point with filter movement already in it. Pretty subtle stuff though, but like you still have a lot of freedom to start adding stuff on top of that and changing it up. But I might put those on Patreon in a pack. There's a couple of good ones. In fact, we could even, just for shits and giggles, let's duplicate this track. Probably should have saved before we did that, but let me save now. Let's turn this one off. And let's chuck one of these in here. Let's see what happens. So if I take that and just chuck that in here. You immediately have a different one. And you can just take a different one. Now it's more square wave based. Or try this one. Maybe this one. So it's just a whole folder of these similar kind of starting points. And you can then basically just try out different versions, and that way you get a whole bunch of variations of the same kind of pattern. This one is more low pass. There's also, these are all completely mono by the way, but there's also a few that have a bit of stereo noise. And obviously if you change the start position here, you also get a different variation. I'll see, maybe I'll drop these on Patreon this weekend, because why not? I hope you enjoyed today. I'll be in the Discord after the stream, so if you have any more questions about what we did today, or you just want to come hang out, I'll be there. I'm gonna go and put my blueberries back in the fridge, because I don't want those to go off. Thanks for being here. I'll be back again next week, around 8:30 to 9 PM Amsterdam time on Friday. And what are we gonna do next week? I'm not sure yet. We'll see. But I'll see you guys again next week. Thanks for watching. Peace.